Oh, there she is. There she is. Why did she make that look hot?
The truth, we take it higher. Watch the fence, we tear them apart. You step out of line, we hit you hard. I think they run the show. Put your power where they shouldn't go. We come out, no match to save. Respect the law, or take your own grave. We write what we think, we speak the truth. Chase it down, we bring the proof. React, draw, no filter here. Beer and whiskey, we shift the gears. Chase the beer, chase the flame. We react, we bring the name. Cops don't run, they break the line. That's all the crime. Shots fired, drink it down. We bring justice to your town. Beer, whiskey, no disguise. We react, we bring the name. Cops don't run.
What's up, everybody? I'm Whiskey 77. This is my co-host, Three Beers. This is our Labor Day rewatch.
Yeah. Fun.
Hey, you know. Go back watch Charlie Adelson's trial at the point where he testifies. For those who don't know, Charlie Adelson was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder by hiring a hitman through his ex-girlfriend to kill his brother-in-law, and his mother is currently on trial for the same charges, where her trial is not going well.
No.
K-Rock survived another night. That's good to know. That's how
Hey,
good
Rock.
your chances are better. But yeah, so it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna hang back, chill, watch this, interject as we do. But,
Probably fall asleep live on stream. Yeah. Okay.
just remember, it'll be recorded forever, and I will use it forever. Now, Charlie Adelson, I've seen a little bit of this. I didn't watch the original trial, but Charlie Adelson is a fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is this guy full of himself?
Just hearing the FBI recordings, it's yeah.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, they went years getting away with this. But
11
it was
years ago
yeah.
this happened.
Yeah, well, it's been a couple years now since he got convicted. But they would have never figured out the whole hierarchy of how they got this done if when his mother was approached by an undercover FBI in a bump operation, if Charlie didn't run around calling everybody talking about it. And the whole time the FBI had him wiretapped. So they figured out everything through Charlie talking, because Charlie's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
So I guess we might as well just get into it, and if people filter in, I'm sure we'll get some of the usuals.
Yeah.
Look at
They're
that.
probably barbecuing right now, but yeah.
Well, nobody fucking invited me.
No, me either.
That's because nobody likes you.
Looks like J-Rock too.
Well, would you really bring J-Rock home to your mother? All right, let's go.
Now in session, the Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
Good morning, everyone can be seated.
This is the same judge that's over top of the Adelson trial. So, or the mother's trial. So I like this judge. This judge has been pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's also the same state's attorneys.
Seeing that the gallery has grown by leaps and bounds, we probably should go over this before we get started this morning. If you have a cell phone or electronic device, please silence it or turn it off now. Also, no one is to engage in any behaviors that will distract the jury. Concerning the testimony, do not shake your head in agreement or disagreement, or in other ways distract the jury from what their job is. Mr. Rauschbaum, does your client still intend to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Adelson, please rise. Raise your right hand once again, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
That you are about to give shows you are a complete douchebag? I do.
you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you understand, I'm not going to go through
No
the
worries,
full
buddy.
colloquy on this
We're
once
always here to
again,
pick on
but
you.
you understand that you have the right to testify or the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, shoot.
After
Don't say that. I
consultation
go
with
to
your
Atlanta all the
attorneys,
time.
Is it still your decision to testify today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to clarify concerning your legal rights or any other matter with counsel before the jurors are brought in?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for the court concerning your rights as it relates to testifying or not?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rauschbaum, after your client testifies, will there be any other witnesses for the defense today, obviously pending the other examination?
Don't think so.
Okay. If the jurors are ready, bring them in.
Yeah, also, we aren't going to get through his testimony today. This is part 1. We'll see how far we go.
5 hours long. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was part 1. I believe there's 3 parts in total. Some of the days are shorter, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I felt it was
Good morning, members of the jury.
interesting to watch because this dude
Everyone
is
may
so
be
full of
seated.
himself. And his mother's supposed to testify at her trial next week.
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do so.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Blinky blinky means liar liar.
You put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanowa to have Professor Markell killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
Exactly.
When were you arrested in
J-Rock.
this case?
I was arrested.
The jury
April
didn't take long to
21st,
come back with the verdict on this
2022.
either.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Don't lie, Charlie.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and
You
a
know this
younger
motherfucker
sister.
was like lacrosse.
How
or
close
fucking
were you
rugby
with
or
your
some
siblings
shit.
growing up?
Polo.
Yeah.
My
Water
brother
polo.
I wasn't real close with. My sister I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And my dad worked hard and he
Stock
worked until he
crash.
was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Terravilla High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to
See,
UCF.
Jerry, I'm
in
just
Orlando.
like you.
And after graduating from college,
Except
What
I
did you
keep
do next?
stacks of
I went to dental school.
stapled together in my safe.
where did you go to dental school?
I
know
went
about
to
that,
dental
don't you?
school at Nova
Yeah,
Southeast
I heard that on the.
Florida.
That's the
After
weirdest
dental
fucking thing.
school, what
Who
did you do?
bundles?
I did a residency.
Who
in
staples
periodontics,
money together?
And I did
I'm just
that
like,
at
what
Nova
the
Southeastern also.
I could see
Easier
paper
check the money
clips.
when
What
it's
is
got two punch
periodontics?
holes to it.
Periodontics is the
Yeah.
surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you
Oh,
travel?
damn.
When I first
At least
started,
it
was
doesn't
the
have the
first
shoulders, you
First
know.
office that I was moonlighting
Yeah.
when I was
Yeah.
in my residency.
That suit jacket's got
And then
shoulder pads.
through an
so-
assistant that worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
You gotta jump
Now,
down
the
on top
time
of
frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you
Is
graduated,
that his
where did
girlfriend?
you live?
No.
When I graduated,
Dan Markel's mother.
when I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that
And that house is where?
on Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down, so I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port
Of course,
St.
these little
Lucie,
fuckers are sound asleep as soon as
is
they start
probably
streaming, they wanna
about-
jump- run around.
halfway between
course.
Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd just usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office.
Yeah, but we know now
I
from
would
the
tell them I could stay
wiretaps
as late.
that he'd literally be in the middle of working on a patient and walk out of the room to talk to his mom. Like the
Wow.
amount of times in the wiretaps, he's like, "Well, Mom, I'm working with the patient right now," and then continue having a 20-minute conversation while his patient's laid back in a chair.
As you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost two offices on most days. And I would say 20% or 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
Sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the material.
I tell you what, it must be real expensive, because let's remember, we found out through the trial and the FBI wiretaps that he was able to quickly come up with $1 million cash.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the safe was full of fucking money, crazy money.
Chat, so you know, YouTube has about a 30-second delay, and Rumble has about a 5-second delay behind what we're actually doing. So if you're looking for less lag, it's going to be through Rumble.
I did on that, and that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic, sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she'd come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff, as far as like paying insurances, making stuff, anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks. And I would piggyback that there was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at like 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name
know,
of the
all my
practice was
years.
called?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just not
that's
buying
what,
that bullshit.
Originally,
No.
when we changed it to.
no,
Well-
that does make sense. Because
Really?
from Donna's trial, they only worked 4 days a week, and one night a week from his dental assistant, or his dental assistant,
Yeah.
said they only worked 4 days a week, and one day was they came in at noon and did late. The late
Yeah,
day.
but I'm not
So if
buying
he
it.
came in the late day, that makes sense.
I've never seen a dentist work until 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Usually the latest appointment
Well-
you're going to get is like 3:30, 4 o'clock. If you're lucky, you find one that'll get you after work, 5:30 or so. I call him bullshit on that one.
Yeah, it seems odd, but he was running his own business. Maybe he had an office there at his dad's office, and he did his business stuff, after that.
See, Ag says I'm right, therefore you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's the way it works around here.
Uh-huh.
Ag says I'm right, then you're wrong.
But let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice.
That is a
and
rough
give
looking
it a
woman.
fancy name.
Holy shit.
So I
Yeah.
God.
we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then
Yeah, and that's some high dollar dentistry there.
Yeah.
That's you getting cash money to keep confidentiality, and you getting paid stupid money.
Mm-hmm.
Doctors to the stars type shit.
Yeah.
Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
But
And
some of those
your
private
mom controlled the
doctors,
checkbook?
Johnny
Yeah,
Depp
she
and
handled that
Amber
stuff.
Heard had.
Yeah. Well,
Who
look
did
at
all the
Michael
billing for the
Jackson.
practice?
That dude was making like
Um,
fucking $8
my
grand a
mom
day
and
just to
Erica.
be on call for Jackson.
Oh, jeez. Wonder how much Princess was
How many
making.
dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have, but I didn't like the idea of it being sold. So I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the
Good. We're
practice?
getting down to the wires.
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Yeah,
Because
that's why I
I
wanted.
didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
That always
We
happened.
all like to
Yes.
collect cash.
Why?
I like it probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were
Such
there
a shitty
several
excuse.
ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a real estate business, or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how
Same
would you
person.
be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From
I don't know. This Colombian guy would show up and say, "Hey, can I park this nondescript motorboat on your dock?
It's a low profile one with a lot of motors.
I just need to park this Go Fast boat behind your house. Never mind, it's called, Nose Express.
Oh, must have been related
From
to
whenever I
Nick
did
somehow.
work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
I just cracked it.
Whenever I had 1,000.
Years, I just cracked it. I just figured it out. He's of the age that DuckTales was his favorite cartoon, and he wanted his very own vault to go swimming in. That's
possible.
It. That's it.
Well, he had a dock for the seaplane.
Yeah. Oh God.
Dollars, I would have staple it.
Absolutely, Gio. The whole family.
So and it was
Gio,
I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
I throw it on my bed and roll around with it.
I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money
Diddy
the
oil,
first
so it
couple
sticks
years?
to me.
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I put it in
was probably
stacks,
making
put it in my money gun,
350
shoot it at the hookers.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made I think around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
That's why I can't wait
No.
for her testimony next
In
week.
the time frame of
I am itching. I can't
2013,
wait.
14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
I have a feeling
During
she's
this
going to be throwing him under the
2013,
bus.
2014
No, I don't think
time
so.
frame,
You don't?
how would you succinctly describe your life?
I don't think she'll throw Charlie in a bus. I think Charlie's her little angel. I think she might maybe try and bend things onto Wendy a little bit, but I think she's going to go with I'm just a poor little old lady. I didn't know what was going on. These people were extorting us and tricking us. I think that's where it's going to go.
Stop.
Work came first. I worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym right at night.
Doesn't
And I'd
show.
probably go out one night a week,
Yeah.
usually on a Saturday night when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son,
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult.
This is still the defense.
Fair to
Gia.
say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
She's talking
As
about
an
the parent
adult,
trial.
how often
Oh,
would you
okay.
talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working.
No, you talk to your mom more often
But
because
I
she
talk to my
controls
mom
the
every
family.
day.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office,
He got that greasy Miami fucking ick on him. Like I live in Florida. I've been down to Miami many a time. He's got that greasy Miami fucking feel to him. The dude you see and you're just like, oh God, this is the dude. The ick. That's the only way I can describe it. The ick.
He always
Did your
has
mom
3
work for
things
you?
running at the same time, and none of them are
You can say that.
straight up.
did
Yeah,
she control
for
the
sure.
books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
Kind of wonder if he was traveling under the
We're gonna
family
get to this
business
later,
hat
but
and just
How
everything, all the
involved was your
charges
mom
went
in your
back to
sister's
the
life?
to them.
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
What is in that girl's mouth?
I'd call my sister, say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't really good with the phone. So I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her?
I'm cringing.
Pre-marriage. How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. You know, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them.
Charlie, you're jealous your sister had
seemed like the rest
boyfriends and
of
it wasn't
but I-
you. That's what we really want to know.
That was pretty
How
good,
much
too.
did you love your
Now-
sister?
After they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
What is in this girl's mouth down here?
One on the left?
The blonde, yeah, the blonde to
Oh, the
his
one on the
left.
left. That's the right.
Is that like it's behind chat? I don't, like what the fuck is hanging out of her mouth? Is that lipstick or has she got something in her lips? I can't tell, and it's driving me fucking crazy.
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other
One of
on
the
our
guys
birthdays.
is liking the brunette straight above her.
I don't think we ever really called each other or hung
It's not
out.
bad.
I mean, I would just
Got
see
that
him
girl
when he
next
came
door.
over to the house with my sister.
And how
Nice
often
long
would you
hair.
see him and your sister?
Can be fun.
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I've only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once
I'm sure
when
we'll
I
see her a
was
few more times,
working in
J-Rock.
Alabama at a research
We'll
fellowship.
see.
And I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them. And
So she has black lipstick, J-Rock. Is that your type of gal?
Markel and your sister were married. Did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than that, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the melting pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out. I guess that's what I was going to say. Is I think he tried to work things out, and that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you
I don't
remember,
believe
that she
that.
told you they were having?
Because if it was happening, Wendy would have talked to Mommy about it. Mommy would have talked to him. Because if you listen to the wiretaps, Mommy calls and tells Charlie everything. So I just don't buy it. Especially for the fact that he can't even drive home without calling Mommy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so-
explains a lot, J-Rock. I kind of have the same choices, and that explains your love life.
We don't want to talk about your choices, dear. That's a whole hole we do not want to go into. Shit.
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
What up, Sula?
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, we can't have fighting. You can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have kids are better off growing up in two separate households where there's positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update.
Oh yeah, they're both pretty good looking.
I would say probably 20%
Even years
came
later,
from
the
Wendy,
Donna
and
trial, they still got
80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely
He
stressed.
took it out of her mouth.
Very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, and my mom would be venting to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids, and my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. And she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995. So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time. But I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And
A quick note on that. The
This is
petition wasn't denied. That's been proven to be false in the current trial. She withdrew it. So the natural court judgment of the court was, okay, fine, withdraw the position. Then the kids have to stay in Tallahassee. So
Yeah.
it was
This
the whole
trial's
thing.
going on in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, correct. Correct, because that was the site of the murder. So they had jurisdiction.
How long's the drive from Atlanta to Tallahassee? 3-4 hours?
Yeah.
J-Rock, you have your shot.
Yeah.
Go down and see the trial.
Damn.
when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No. I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time.
Being really legit.
And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now,
Yeah.
how were you
Except they do it
involved
on the
in
taxpayer
this
dime.
idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
That's arrogance right there, because at this point, all the talking they'd ever heard out of Charlie was out of the hours and hours and hours of FBI wiretaps.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, yeah, I like to talk. You sunk your whole family because you opened your damn trap.
Yep.
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to
And how much
move back to South
did
Florida, and it didn't work.
the hirelings?
The same thing I said to her.
Say it again.
How much did the guys they hired to kill him make?
Oh God, it was a few $100,000.
I don't even seem to remember, like, the backup guy. I remember thinking he made like 10. The actual killer made 20, and I think the gal that he's talking about made 30. I think it was much less than a couple hundred.
I think it was more than a couple hundred. I can go back and look it up.
Yeah.
But I think it was more than that.
You got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during the divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with
Okay, Green Council like saying between 100 and 138.
Did you
Yes.
give her any gifts?
Yes. I've
What's
given her
been
gifts
said.
to the divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
But none of the numbers match between the
Well,
two trials.
When she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it. It only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, what does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place? And she said, actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house. So I said, all right, fine. I said, go to the store up there, and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it. I said, buy it and I'll give you the money.
Okay,
Now, do
10
you
years ago
recall
when these
making a
flat
joke?
screens were expensive.
Yeah, it was a high dollar flat screen. It was one of them nice ones.
Yeah.
That buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
This,
All right. The short of the long, J-Rock. Wendy Adelson was married to Dan Markell. They lived in Tallahassee. He was a law professor. She worked under a grant at FSU doing immigration law. They got a divorce. her mother and middle brother lived in southern Florida. She wanted to move south. Dan Markel didn't want the kids to leave Tallahassee. So this
They went
guy
to court
called,
about it. They went to court about it, and the
Yeah.
court said they have to stay in Tallahassee area.
yeah, well, and then this guy called his ex-girlfriend, who called her baby daddy, who was a wannabe gangbanger or whatever else, and hired him as a hitman to shoot Dan Markel in the head in his own garage. And it went years where they didn't know who actually did it or why. But when the FBI finally got permission to put wiretaps on Charlie Adelson's phone, they started putting things together and figured out that Charlie Adelson hired his ex-girlfriend, who hired her baby daddy to be a hitman. And now currently Donna Adelson, his mother, is on trial for the same charges, conspiracy to commit. And it looks like it just pretty much started with her and went downhill to kill off Wendy Adelson's husband.
It's kind of funny. The FBI played him too, because FBI would just start making phone calls and asking questions, and then just listen to who he was calling afterwards.
Yeah, because at one point they kind of died down their chatter, and the FBI did a bump operation where they approached Donald Adelson outside of a building and said, "Hey, you're not taking care of so-and-so. We want $5,000. We know what you did." And immediately the phone calls fired back up. And that series of phone calls is really what busted the family, because Charlie was freaking out over the fact that they were getting extorted. And of course, they couldn't go to the cops, because naturally, if someone says, "I'm going to extort you for money," and you didn't do anything wrong, then you just go to the cops and go, "Hey, this dude's trying to say he's extorting me for money." But they couldn't go to the cops because, well, they had hired a hitman.
Yeah, no, these weren't J-Rock. These weren't feds. It's not like the Whitmer case. It was. This is
They definitely rolled up on him in his garage and capped him in the temple.
Yep.
When I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the
What
TV
a
set
stupid
instead.
thing to say.
And
I get the comedy in it.
It was stupid.
I have a dark sense of humor.
Yeah.
I get the comedy in it. But if you're actually going to hire a hitman, don't make that joke.
Yeah. Or you're on trial for hiring a hitman.
Did you make
joke
that
about
joke
that
to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke. And it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy. Happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, like, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it.
That's a lie.
When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, that every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
Finding a guy to try and set up
her-
the hit on her husband.
Did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class. And that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it. And we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine McManaway.
Here we go. This is where I'm going to start getting juicy. Catherine McManaway is a woman he dated who he knew her baby daddy was a, gangbanger or whatever, hardcore criminal, whatever. And he went to her to find a hitman, in which she called her baby daddy to do it. Now he claims FBI wiretaps and Catherine McManaway's trial, as well as her baby daddy trial and the other hitman, the two hitmen and her, made it clear that Charlie came to her with the idea. Charlie came up with the money. Charlie delivered the money, everything else. He decided to try and flip the narrative and come up with a whole new story for his trial on exactly how all that happened. Unfortunately for him, the FBI wiretaps and all the evidence did not point the direction in the story he told.
Yeah, I have a feeling he also has a bad choice in women.
Oh, God, yes.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine McDaniel.
I know J-Rock saw that woman that just left the
When
courtroom.
did you, how did you first meet Catherine McDaniel?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked on.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same, she actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really
wild.
smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have
I
dinner
just
at
needed
5
a hoe that would
o'clock
do
and
something for a couple
hang out with
grand
me a
every now
couple
and then,
days a
damn it.
week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
I got to
Now,
get my brother-in-law
back to
whacked
relationship.
off. Who do you know?
Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, yeah, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, let's be clear. We're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
I didn't want nothing to do with them.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
Those questions.
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially.
For those that don't know, Sigfredo Garcia is Catherine's baby daddy, who was caught and charged and found guilty of the murder of Dan Markel.
You didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
Oh, the blonde with something in her mouth. She's a photographer for the paper, I bet. Don't know why you need that lens for a courtroom.
I want to show you.
He's checking his molars.
Defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. I'm
What's
showing
he
you
trying
what's
to
marked
do?
for
Look at Charlie's
identification
nose hairs?
purposes as
Yeah.
Defense Exhibit 34. Please take a look at it. Are these text messages between you and
Telescope
Catherine
smaller.
Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please approach.
Sidebar.
Hearsay is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
You see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42, which is 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from our past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. As time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just put it aside. Can you take a look at these items? Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Here's some, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ruled as to hearsay, you may continue with your examination.
And yes, I did go back to find the broadcast that cut out all the bullshit.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
The text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
Beers, you're still on your diet, right? Are you still on
Kind
your
of,
diet?
sort of. Yeah, I am.
And I guess I shouldn't tell you that I'm about to cut in to an entire apple pie.
Yeah, you're going to sit there and eat the whole thing too, aren't you?
I might. Because I don't have anybody yelling at me telling me I'm a fat fuck.
She asked me if I wanted things to be different. And
Yeah,
she was
you know my
saying how much
reply
she
to
missed
that
me.
person when she says that.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I want
If I remember correctly, it's Yes Master. But I'm sure I've got somebody in chat who can verify that I'm correct on that. That is, if he's not busy doing a massage right now.
Yeah.
For things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Or washing the
Now,
Bengay
if you
out of
turn
his
to
mustache, you know.
Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
yeah, he's there.
What is she asking
Yeah.
you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about.
Must
What
not
is she
be chocolate
concerned
chip
about?
cookies in
She's
his shirt
asking if I'm
time.
talking too much with the girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Yeah. I say you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magdanoa in this text message?
I was trying to say I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Miss Magdanoa texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Oh, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury, you're to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. You see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Damn it, she's only supposed to be my side hoe.
Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. She got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magdanoa?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who's Jeff Lacoste.
That's the one they tried to frame up.
Do you
for the
recall
murder.
where you sat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanova?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I do.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine Magbanova?
No, she went home to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over my house. So it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your. Give me 1 second. Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him.
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
Because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was like his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
This
Yes.
is a whole pie.
And those are reflected in
I
text
don't
messages as
understand why
well,
they keep
correct?
going back over
Yes,
that.
they are.
Even in Donald Adelson's trial, they keep talking about the paella. It must have been
Yeah.
some damn good paella.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43. Showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
Really, you're talking about
Where's the
Text
jury?
message.
The bailiff is going to take you
Several
back to the
years
jury
ago.
room. We will
How can
resume
you
the
actually go?
testimony momentarily.
you can say they appear to be. You can't verify that each and every text is accurate.
Everyone may be seated. The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had an opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life. Just
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and
Okay, you're muted. Sean, you're muted.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's fighting words. That's fighting words.
My balls are aching, and your chin's a good landing pad for it.
I love how he says, I remember it so well. I think I bought her flowers. Like,
I remember it so well, I think.
exactly.
we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she starts screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming. every kind of 4-letter word at me, threatening me. I mean, his face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car. So I couldn't drive past it. And I had jet ski and a trailer behind my car. So I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a 3-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us. And you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, that guy's fucking nuts. And he goes, nuts? She goes, he's really calmed down. I go, what do you mean he's calmed down?
he's really calmed
I
down.
know, would have broken your window and
You're
thread
okay,
down
would
to
have beat
the
your
snip and
ass.
beaten your ass.
So that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto, or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening,
I'd love to know the root of that nickname. I just got to know why they call him Two-Toe.
Yeah.
did your father call you?
Yeah,
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
he was worried about me
Why?
because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, something effective. Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am. Something like that, and then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this
You know,
was
white
July
boy
1,
from
correct?
uptown is
Yeah.
shitting his fucking
And
pants.
this is now
having his
Oh,
dude
yeah.
up in his
17
grill.
days
Yeah.
before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's the theory.
Now let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's see, roughly about 30.
Did you invite Catherine McBanoa to the party?
No, I didn't.
Hell no, I got to
The
keep my
party
whore on
was
the
in
side.
your apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Beach.
I think he has an
Let me
issue
continue.
keeping him in check, though.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th, and a late night work with your assistant Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine Magbanua?
I did. We texted her, or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, is midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and was saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually don't. My morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss Magbanua the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine Magbanua on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30, and just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
Standard woman
So
tactic.
let's take that a little bit slower. So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend, so from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant, and when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine Magbanua is, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably two hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami, and what did you tell Catherine Magbanua?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the
I
restaurant?
don't take it that way.
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit. Like I felt bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach? That day, now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting a TV fix. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time?
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two? You were working at one or two offices that day?
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, and that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there's a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there is no difference. I shouldn't have said it, so I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening. In other words, let me.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, call us ASAP.
And why did you miss? Why did you
We're
miss
not
the
even
calls?
gonna
What were
get
you
to
doing?
it.
I was in surgery.
Correct.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP. What did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in.
Yeah,
so I
this
knew it was
entire
important. I
day is
stopped what I
nothing
was
but
doing,
direct.
and I called her right back.
Oh wow.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She,
At least they're
she
getting
told me
close
that
enough in the
Wendy had just
timeline
called
where we
her
get to the
and
actual
that
call.
Dan had been shot
Yeah.
and that it was serious, and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?
And what did
What
your mom
happened?
tell you?
Did
She
a
said she
couple
didn't know any
Mexicans show up
details.
and shoot him?
That it was really serious,
Puerto Ricans, they were.
and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now,
Fucking bullshitter.
around what time, if you
Fucking
remember,
bullshitter.
did you leave the office?
It's like, shit, I guess I actually got to
Probably
pay up now.
about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanua on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
Seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine Magbanua had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
Now, did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, like I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late and they wouldn't get up there so they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10.
No, he's not being retried. This is from his trial a couple years ago where he was found guilty of the conspiracy to commit murder. It's his mother that's currently on trial for the same charges because she was part of the whole plot to have Dan Markel killed.
Minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
What clip?
When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said,
Correct.
Text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, What did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. I took a shower, changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
You have a
His
text
house might be out on the way, but I
with
think
your
it's one of
friend
those
Mike
houses
that
on one of the
said you
canals
went
there,
to-
J-Rock.
Oh yeah, no, that's right on the oh god, what is the name of that? Hollover Inlet.
Yeah, so it's one of those that actually kind of has the woodside canals and all that.
Yeah.
Each house has its own dock and all that. Those are actually kind of highly sought after, but they
Kind
get-
of
I
like
mean,
your place, J Rock, like $1.5-2 million gated community.
the gym.
One with that back gate so you can slide them hose out quietly.
You have a gym. Did you go to the gym?
No.
Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know. I've got some workout equipment in the house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
Or to see when she's going to
And
pick up the money.
did
for the
she come
payment.
to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly, and I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does, and she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, just a horrible day." But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "No, I'm not." I'm like, "What's wrong?"
J Rock, we just go by what Sean told us. And Sean said you live in a pink house with a big rainbow flag out front. Sometimes you run that pink and gray flag. I don't know if it's true. It's just what Sean told us.
She's like, "Just come sit down. I need to talk to you."
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch, and she started to talk to me. And she said, "Listen, this is all my fault. That I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister,
So
Dan
many
Markel, and the $1
lies.
million offer."
Oh yeah.
What did you say?
I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "My friend killed Dan, and he wants to be paid $1/3 $1 million."
How did you react?
No, nobody
What
who
did you
does
say?
this calls and says, "Hey, I want them to pay me $1/3 $1 million." Yeah, they're gonna call and say, "I want 500K or I want $500,000 or they don't call and say, "Oh, could I have 0.5 of $1 million?" It's just no. It's just not the way it works.
And she's like, "My friend killed Dan, and he wants you to pay $1/3 $1 million."
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing at her. I'm like, "What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, "I don't want to say. I can't say." And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, "I'm not going to tell you." And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, "No, I'm not telling you." And I just walked in my bedroom, sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen." And I'm like, "Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane." And she's like, look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you. And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you. So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
Notice how his mannerisms
says-
changed when he got into this story. Now he's constantly looking down and over, won't make eye contact when he tells the story.
Yep.
And plus, if someone comes to you and says, I know how your nephew's father was killed, wouldn't you go to the cops and go, hey, this woman came to me and said that she thinks her boyfriend did it, and this is my connection to her, and, you know, I'm not okay with this. Not, oh, well, let me get some money together for you.
Come after you, come after the family, like Charlie. You don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $350,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash is, and I can write a check for $350,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. I'm like, here, take a look. And I took out a piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. That's not $350,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
$138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000, it was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay like $3,000 a month? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was.
Oh my God! It's just like this is the trap that I expect with his mother, where they think they're smarter than everybody else. They think they're untouchable. Yeah. So they're just gonna completely make up the story, even with all the FBI wiretaps and the fact that we have the literally laundered money, because Mama Adelson literally washed the money and then repackaged it. Because when they got the money, it was wet and it sat in Catherine's trunk for a couple of days. And by the time she went to get it out to give it to Sigfredo, it was starting to mold. Yes, AG, I just watched it. He's got a grizzly scratching himself on a fence.
Oh, I put a link in our private chat.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What do we got here? Charlie's house.
Yep.
Let's see here. Stop share. Move this over.
This is the house they were just in. In the testimony.
1.125. Look at that. Yeah. Not a massive house, but it's pretty good size for that area.
Yeah. 1,500 square feet. For a single guy, that's more than enough.
It is? Oh.
What, you live in a shoebox right now?
Well, yeah, when I'm on the road, it's a shoebox. Look at that. Got a nice little waterfall with a grotto. That's got some Playboy Mansion vibes.
There's the dock
Yeah.
that he rented out.
Nice.
Yeah, outdoor kitchen.
Little hot tub. Outside
What?
laundry. That's normal for Florida.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a very big butt on that dock.
No.
Sean could probably buy that as a vacation property for 2.0. Be a
Yeah.
nice wedding gift. You know, if he truly loved her, he'd get her a nice mansion down there in Miami to hang out on for her time off.
No, it is far from the most expensive house in the neighborhood.
Oh, hell no. 1.125 down there is
Yeah.
low end of the market.
And I mean, she was upset.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone, and she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, "What the fuck just happened?"
What happened when she came back in the house?
There's something wrong with you.
She came in the house, and she was telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays
Nobody
me a
normal
visit.
says I want to stay in
She's like, I
Ohio.
spoke to him last month.
And as a
Or you
born
could
and
pay the
raised
rest off.
Michigander,
She
I'm
goes,
sure
"The
of that.
$3,000 a month you're paying."
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax,
Where did you go?
and I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone, and I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing and just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything, about the $1 million offer, and she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did.
I had a place in Slidell that was just off the Pontchartrain, and that was expensive enough.
Sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in the state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed, and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth, and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And
the thing is, with the FBI wiretaps, You know that conversation went the exact other way. He was the one calling everybody, telling them to stop talking, and then just kept talking. That's the crazy. Like that's what made this testimony so unreal. Is he's lying through his fucking teeth, and the wiretaps prove that. The text messages prove
Well,
that.
How I don't understand. I'm assuming we haven't watched this whole trial, so I'm assuming that during the prosecution they played all those wiretaps.
They played, yeah.
So how is he? I don't see how he can construe it something different than what something the jury has already heard.
Because he's an arrogant fucktard. That's why. Because he really thinks he's going to get up there and sell this theatrical show to the jury and walk away from this mess. That's what he really thinks.
That's he's like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house, and we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax, and I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents?
Hey, I wonder what he took as payment.
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died.
Think he took other
And
forms
why
of
did you
payment
call
for
Wendy
veneers.
Adelson?
Oh, yeah. You referring to like the jail informants on Donald Adelson?
No, I'm talking payments for his AG said here. Remember, he's a dentist. He only sells services.
Yeah, we'll look at the next one he posted.
Yeah, and but what did he take for payment of those services?
Yeah, cash money, stapled in $1,000 stacks.
Probably took other things too from certain people.
I didn't watch this trial because I thought it was a nothing burger, and it was all over the news back home, but I think it was that big of a deal. So Donald Adelson's trial, where I'm learning a lot of this, and I kept hearing stapled cash, and I'm like, well, the prosecutor must be misspeaking. And then when it came out that it truly was cash stapled together, I'm like, who the fuck does that?
Yeah.
Because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I've heard some weird shit. Like AG told me that Sean stuffs all his cash in a Miracle Whip jar. But I mean, that's weird enough. But you know, stapling it together
and still
weird.
Keeps it in the refrigerator kind of confuses me.
Yeah, well, you know.
Might be
Sometimes you gotta spread them Benjamins.
Versus the pros versus the cons.
And why didn't you go to the police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And there are text messages about the weather and pool and going, and Catherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay it all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought that may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And I started carrying my gun on me also.
Is Florida constitutional carry now?
I'm showing you
Yes.
it's marked for identification purposes only. As
Constitutional
Defendant's
open
Exhibit
carry.
51
Okay.
and Defendant's
You can see
Exhibit
it.
52.
Okay.
Can I
So
put your
same
honor?
as
You may.
Washington. Although you can't buy an AR-15 here now.
Take a look at this.
Because
Do
you
you
live in a
recognize those
left-hand
items?
red state.
I do.
Judge, I would
Florida now
move
has a
Defendant's
tax-free
Exhibit
season on
51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52, the 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes.
We now have 3 tax-free seasons in Florida: school supply season, hurricane prep season, and firearm season. We have our priorities straight.
Yeah.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Kappelman look at 51 and 52.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy and I got a whole system set of cameras installed at my house and in my office, and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish?
Comically, just a few years later, the FBI had a camera pointed at his
Showing you
office.
what's marked as- Actually, let me show you the original. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
And how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
It says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier.
Wait a minute.
And these are a couple days. I'm showing you the line.
7/30/2014.
And in the memo
Okay.
line,
Ah, damn it. Go back.
7/30.
If you have a company come in and install a security system at your office, why would you write a check to cash? Why would you write it to the company? That doesn't make sense to me.
And I'm looking at the signature on the back.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing.
It looks like a C starting.
So he wrote a check to cash for himself for the money to pay the security company. That doesn't make a damn bit of sense.
30, 2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
It says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents, and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras. So I just put his name in my phone as camera. So easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute?
Yeah, that's why there's 2 DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system up?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. I mean, she looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Before we go into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are?
No. In the trial with the 2 hitmen and Catherine McManwah, the girlfriend that he funneled through to get to the hitmen, there's never been any evidence they tried to blackmail. There was exactly what he was willing to pay, when it was supposed to happen, where Dan Markel was going to be at what time of day, where his address was, everything else. Because the hitmen actually followed him to, what was the name of the gym? I can't think of the name of the gym. There was a gym they followed him to, like a Planet Fitness or something like that. And then they followed him home to his house. And when he pulled in the garage, they walked up, shot him, and then booked it back to Miami. And then it's proven through the wiretaps and everything else, and testimony in the previous trials of Catherine McManwah, who was found guilty and serving life in prison, as well as Sigfredo Garcia and then his accomplice, that before they got back to Miami, Donna Adelson had literally laundered the money, literally stapled it back together and had it in a bag and delivered it to Charlie, and Charlie in turn gave it to Catherine McManwah, who later gave it to the hitman.
Asking you to put up cameras.
Yeah,
at
that
the
just
Adelson
creates
Institute?
direct line with
We
the
talked about
stapling.
it.
That's
And
kind
I
of
actually had a
awesome.
camera system at my house, but it was older, it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about
Hey, Gigi.
3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and then it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question.
They got busted because the FBI started putting 2 and 2 together trying to find the killers, because the killers had gotten away from the house and all the way back to Miami without even so much as getting caught with a license plate. The only thing that the FBI knew for sure was that it was a creamy metallic covered Toyota Prius.
Yeah.
They had video of it leaving the neighborhood between traffic cams and city bus cams. They had it, hold on. They had it between city cams, bus cams, tollway cameras, and everything else. They were able to track down the exact car that was rented. It was a rented car.
And they had problems because it was, they never got the license plate.
Yeah, never got the license plate. But because of the camera systems in Florida, they were able to narrow down the vehicle and finally figure out where the vehicle came from. It came from a rental company. The hitman had rented the car in his name, and they started narrowing in on them. And then finally, the FBI started putting two and two together and realized there was more to it, which led them to wiretaps and what led them to the hitman, which led them to wiretaps. And then the FBI performed a couple bump operations to try to get them talking. And Charlie just couldn't shut up.
There's also something about an accidental discharge in that Prius too.
Yeah, one of the hitmen fired a round into the floorboard of the Prius. They had to call a friend to get it fixed before they turned it back in.
Because it hit the fuel line.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are the odds? And then you couldn't see it through the carpet. You couldn't see the hole through the carpet.
Yeah. And the police ended up finding the car because it was a Enterprise or Hertz, one of those rental car companies, and they ended up selling it to AAA Road Service. So AAA Road Service still had the car. So yeah, it's a whole freaking mess. But A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D, and it all comes right back to the Adelson family.
Yep.
Yeah, no kidding. And this dude talked all the time. The FBI wiretaps are just, there's 90% of it is him talking. It really is. It's bad.
And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house.
Well, because I made this story up when you all figured out that I was part of this.
Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me.
Couldn't tell nobody. I just made this shit up.
Nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Let's get back to Wendy.
Okay.
So I think you said Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner?
Yeah, the whole hiring a
your
hitman
sister?
thing was a family effort.
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after.
The only one that hasn't been
Maybe
charged
even
with
more.
anything
Around
yet,
about 2 weeks.
And
out of out of the entire Adelson family, 3 kids, mom and dad, the only ones that have not been charged with anything in this case yet is the oldest brother who lived in New York, who's a ear, nose, and throat guy, and Wendy Adelson herself. Otherwise, the rest of them.
Dad was in the courtroom. Is he?
Dad's he's out on bail.
Okay.
But he's still got stuff coming because there was a whole ordeal over the fact that the same attorneys were going to represent, and they couldn't. So, and I think the dad might be pretty much innocent in this. I think he's kind of just a goof of the family, but I think Wendy Adelson, I think there's charges coming her way. So we'll see. You over there playing a video game or something?
My phone's ringing.
Happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to this. I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia.
Okay, so this is a
sushi place.
Sushi restaurant where the FBI had the place tapped. Have you heard about this yet, Beers?
No, I have not.
Oh God! They figured out through the wiretaps that Katie and him were going to have this greet up at the sushi restaurant. That was planned. The FBI knew it was going to happen. An FBI agent went in with like a man purse, basically a satchel. They had a camera and a microphone in it. But because it was so loud inside the sushi shop, he set the satchel down on the edge of the sushi bar next to their table, which kind of ticked them off. The audio recording's horrible. You have to use the transcript to even understand what they said. But yeah, it's pretty bad. But by this time, the FBI's
during the
already
dinner?
She got really sick when we got to the restaurant. We didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. they served us a drink at the bar. And it was really it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had 1 drink.
Now, I want to move on to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you
At least it
break
was a
up
convenience
with
store
Catherine
sushi
McBain?
there, AG.
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night, and I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, we can't do this anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you.
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any request of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend. She said, can you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's going to ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month? And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she says to you, I'm getting none of the money at all.
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if $1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business, essentially. Yes. And did you say to her, Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail.
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now, what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, I'll do it for you. Like, no problem. I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month.
Except Katie was never on the payroll. Katie never filled out any tax documents. There was no proof of employment. Donald Adelson was writing her a check every single month. Every single pay period. It wasn't even months. It was every pay period. And magically depositing it in her account.
Wow.
Yeah. That was one thing the prosecution pointed out in the Donaldson trials. There was no W-2, no W-4, no nothing. Just she was listed as an employee. And when the FBI bump agent showed up at the Adelson Institute for the second bump, they directly asked for Katie. And the girl at the front desk goes, I don't know who you're talking about.
When you called
that's weird because now they face charges from the IRS now too for not doing withholdings.
Like IRS ain't gonna get shit because they're all gonna be in jail for their life.
Yeah.
Life
Well,
is life
I
in
mean,
Florida.
I think that house at Charlie's is still for sale. That's what it looked like from the Zillow listing.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see if it was for sale or not.
And if because they could go after assets.
They could.
What did she say to you?
She said, was Katie going to be coming into the office? Was she going to start working for us? And I said, no, she's not. And she's like, well, what's Katie going to be doing? And I go, oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things. It's a long story. And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her one time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he?
she was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for. And I saw it was a white envelope and there was a stack of checks sitting there. And she said, what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office. And I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like,
it's going to be interesting to hear how differently Donna tells these conversations.
And I say, it's a long
because
story.
she's going to get railed on them.
And she said, well, I'm your mom. Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please,
how'd that work out for you,
do not
Charlie?
say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out. She's like, what do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. I mean, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
That not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. And these people told me, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. These people were not messing around.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks.
Yes.
That day.
Yes.
And Do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
After she gave you those checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid bi-weekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She asked me, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
For the next 20 months.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
J-Rock.
They did.
They paid Katie in a check every single pay period for it was tens of thousands.
Yeah,
that they
and
paid.
it was all from the business, which ties everyone else into all this.
Oh yeah. Oh, they thought they had this figured out because they had run, and the best analogy I've heard is they ran it like a train. Donna only talked to Charlie. Charlie only talked to Katie McManwell. Katie McManwell talked to Sigfredo, and nobody went backwards on the chain except for Charlie. Mom and Charlie talked all the time, but Mom never talked to anybody but Charlie. Charlie only talked to Katie on down the line, and they thought they had it figured out, but problem is when you do crimes like that and you think you're smart but you're not smart. Oh hell no, she didn't report that money. She'd help her. She's sitting in prison for life. She testified in Donna Adelson's trial the other day. And the funny thing is about Katie McManwell, she was offered a deal to get a lesser sentence and not serve life in prison, because in Florida life in prison is life. There's no eligibility for parole, period. She was offered a deal, but she would have to testify against Sigfredo, who was her baby daddy, and she wouldn't do it. Now she looks back and realizes she should have done it. Because now in the current trial with Donna Adelson, she is testifying and telling, quote, the truth. But, yeah, because she's got 2 young kids she'll never see the rest of her life because, well, she'll never get out of prison.
Only through bulletproof glass is the only way she's going to see them.
Yeah.
Once they reach once they're teenagers, they're not going to show up.
What did you do with regards to money and Catherine Magbanua?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks for to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category. We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
We'll have one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
So I've lost something. What were they holding over his head?
Nothing, because the extortion never happened. There was never any extortion. Nobody ever testified to any extortion except for him.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like a big hole in his testimony. I mean,
Yeah. And that goes to the arrogance of this guy. Because Sigfredo's accomplice, Captain McManwell, nobody talked about any extortion at all.
well, and he never says what they're holding over his head. You're on a murder trial. You're being tried for murder. You might as well go. If it's lesser, you might as well just say it.
Yeah. Well, in the beginning, he said that because she knew because quote, she had said, she called him earlier and said, this is in his own testimony today, was that she had said too much around her friend Sigfredo, her baby daddy, and he had put everything together, and they figured out that's Charlie's story, and that they killed him, and they wanted money for it now. Otherwise, they would say that he put them up to it, and that's where it doesn't make sense. Is Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson want to run this theory for their defense that they didn't ask Sigfredo to go to Tallahassee and kill Dan. They just went and did it, and then after they got back, they wanted money for it. Which
it would have been a better story if he would have said they were extorting me. They had pictures of her pegging me. I mean, that would have been that would have been a better story. Because
two ho-bunk fucktards from South Beach, Miami, are going to suddenly appear in Tallahassee, know that your sister's in the middle of a custody battle after divorce with Dan Markell, a law professor at FSU, know what gym he's at on that particular day, know his address, follow him home, cap him, drive all the way back to Miami, 8.5 hours from Tallahassee, and then go, hey, we went and killed your ex-brother-in-law, and now we want you to pay us for it. It just doesn't add up. Like, doesn't make any sense.
Yes, AG, I agree.
Showing you defendants exhibit 56 and 57 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize these text messages?
I do.
One of those text messages from December 2nd, 2014.
Yes, it is.
And is one of them from November 25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
Judge, I would move in these exhibits at this point in
Yellow
time.
tie guy is defense attorney.
They're admitted
This
at
is
the
direct
time,
examination.
defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish now?
You bet.
This guy's actually doing a lot better than Donna's lawyer.
Oh, God, yes. Her lawyers are idiots.
Defendants exhibit 56. And Katie is over.
Wait for what we do.
Away. Do it differently. You have to make it the right story. Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
That old David said, yeah.
Now, as time went on, let me back up. After the extortion, you break up with her.
Yes.
And you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, one or two times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September and maybe the first part to most of October of 14 through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
And as time goes on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all. And it really what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And we became friendly again. You know, our relationship was very different, but it was different but stronger.
You know,
Because
it
I
might change your
needed her
relationship
for-
a little bit if you con your ex into hiring a hitman for you.
Yeah.
Kind of changes the dynamics.
Uh-huh.
My safety.
And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other, you're texting each other somewhat, you're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore.
Brings a whole new meaning when your ex-girlfriend's pegging you from behind and she says, "You're my bitch forever."
Yeah.
That ended, but she was protecting me.
Right now, I can just picture him as the meme with the
Now, during this
little
entire
white porn
period of
star with the
time,
black guys lined up behind her. I can picture him being the little white porn star right now.
before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No,
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Before we get to the bump,
For those that don't know, the term bump is an FBI term where they kind of send an undercover in to kind of push on whoever they're surveilling to start talking, to get more conversation going.
Yeah.
The first bump they did, a undercover agent approached Donald Adelson as she exited a building, handed her a piece of paper and said, "Hey, you're taking care of Katie, but you're not taking care of Sigfredo, and you need to start giving him some money." And that triggers conversation that was picked up on the wiretaps.
yesterday we heard a call, which is SX130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was your mom involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she was her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time, so I was just talking to my mom about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great
You
catch.
were
He
in
was
love with your
super
sister's
successful.
boyfriend.
Didn't he
used to
say
work
at the
for a
beginning of
government
this,
agency.
kind? He was
sold his
okay
company
guy.
for a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah, he did.
But most importantly,
Not that
he
he
really
liked
loved
him.
my sister.
Yes.
He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And
You don't have a dad
I mean,
because you
even on
had
that call, I
him
was talking about like a
shot.
6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there. The kid was farting on his head, and he laughed, and it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. He actually even met the Markells, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. And The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday is in April. So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life. But the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever
love your
take their
nephews
father
enough to
away
kill
from
for
them?
them?
Never in 9 years.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may. For the jury, we're going to take a lunch break at this point this morning. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information pertaining to the case. We will resume with the testimony of Mr. Adelson at 1:30. Please report back by 1:20. Everyone can be seated.
And just like that, we're
Mr.
back
Roscoe,
from
you may
lunch.
continue with your examination.
Okay, Charlie. You're aware of something called the bump, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happen after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're going to play some. So at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
Oh, good. We get to hear Charlie's version of how these calls went.
Charlie, I'm going to play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump. Okay?
So, you know, it's a fun night after work or some other point in the very near future and need to keep it. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
That's fine. That's a delivery. Yeah.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was. I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So,
There's a closed caption picking up whiskey.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard. So I'm right now in Styling Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
We're going to finish the piano lesson around 4-ish, and the traffic at the end may take a ride with him upstairs.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS? Or?
You know, the IRS people are kind of foggy sometimes, but fortunately not me. So I will talk to you. I'll give you the heads up if I'm going to have to drive up that way. Okay? And
Just want you to know that?
no.
The current trial, they put up the fucking transcription, which is so much better than
So
this.
let me just talk to you later. And
What is it? Is it a health okay?
yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably.
What's that?
Probably the children. So probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other. And just to go for a while, okay?
You're gonna take the board up there? So it's going to be up there, right?
You or, tomorrow?
Alright. I'll be up in Miss Fine's office. You wanna come up? Oh, yeah, so really.
I'm just concerned that I can get up there and get off and for them to get them sometimes get off.
Can I do a question? Whose paperwork has some?
I see them, that's great.
And you're the wrangler that's anonymous, or?
Oh, no, not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it.
Right, whatever it is.
I know.
I would still, but, if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, I know. You want me to come down to see tomorrow and get today off?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Then I would like later tomorrow, because we didn't want to talk. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So whatever.
So basically, because this is hard to follow,
Yeah.
the undercover FBI agent approaches her, hands her a note, says, "Hey, we want you to take care of us like you're taking care of Catherine McGranwall." She calls Charlie because she's dropping her grandsons, Dan Markel's sons, off to a piano lesson. She calls Charlie and says, "Hey, we need to talk. Someone approached me today. We need to talk." And she's kind of pushing him like, "I can't talk about it on the phone, or I don't want to talk about it on the phone. We need to talk in person." And Charlie just won't take no for an answer. He keeps asking questions. What's this about? What's this about? Who were they? Was it IRS? Was it this? Was it that? And she's like, we need to talk later. So he's agreed to finally come to her house the next day to talk to her to figure out what's going on. But that's just not good enough for Charlie, because Charlie likes to talk. So Charlie just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing.
I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12 to 12:15.
I'll come down in the afternoon. I mean, I think I'll do some.
That would be great.
Perfect. I'll talk to you later.
Let me come by.
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had
Good
some
chili, to be
paperwork
fair.
delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like, it's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now,
Wonder why,
your
Charlie.
mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us. Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay? When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that. It's like,
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
by the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So if you're saying, she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she's not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're
Now, the
fucking
bump,
nice enough to
what
keep
was the
Harvey out
bump?
of it. You didn't
The
need Wendy
bump
get
was
in the
an
middle of it because
extortion
we
for
lose the
Latin King
grandkids
gang
altogether.
We're actually
Yeah.
the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call,
Still
there's
huge holes in
discussion
this
about
story.
your dad's
Oh,
schedule.
nice.
How
You
is she
recall
being
that?
extorted?
Yes, I do.
What are
Why
they holding
was it
over her head?
important?
I mean, there's
Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. And my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
We could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back. May I publish, Your Honor?
And this second call was within minutes. Like less than 15 minutes, he called back again.
Hey, how are you? Okay. Good. Is it me not paying the sun tax? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm in the big company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into lower bracket.
Okay, so it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything. I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, we just listed another bad review on Yelp.
You know, there's reviews and then sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
He has no idea at this point what's in that
People
note.
can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly because I had the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I can have some.
I want to pause it there. You call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass got stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever
That's
it was,
such
I was
bull
making fun of
crap.
my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown Insurance. What's Brown and Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No, that was actually the reason I called her back. Is in the last call I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
And
Oh, no. I pulled an
You
Emily.
say, and I quote,
Oh no.
I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
No.
Haunted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5.
Here we go.
Yeah. Time frame or anything?
Go back to. I can't believe I did that. I was trying to stop it because I wanted to address that Sun Pass thing.
Seriously, on the 18th, these things, and like it was very.
Not that I wouldn't love to just skip all the way to cross-examination.
After she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you?
It's usually safer to use space bar as pause and play.
Yeah, well, you know
Yeah,
what?
I know.
So the Sun Pass thing. For one, he never filed a police report saying his Sun Pass was stolen. He never called Sun Pass and said his Sun Pass was stolen. And on top of that, in the state of Florida, even if you have Sun Pass, when you pass under the toll reader, it still takes a picture of your plate. So if someone did steal your Sun Pass, it'd be real easy to figure out what license plate car had stole your Sun Pass. So stealing Sun Passes in Florida is absolutely stupid because you will get caught quickly. Hey, David. Nice to see you. And yeah, this guy's a lying sack of shit all the way through. But he's so goddamn arrogant, he thinks he's good at it.
Yeah.
Now, another thing they're going to get into here pretty quickly is in this phone call, she talks about, well, you come down for dinner, bring cash. And they start talking about the TV. And if you remember earlier, he bought a TV for her sister when she moved into her own house in Tallahassee. Well, that TV was $5,000. That's also the amount that the FBI bump operation asked for. So that's important. We'll see. I do think daughter's next on the chopping block. They haven't charged her with anything yet, but I think the daughter's coming.
Dad's already in process, so Dad might hit trial first. We'll probably hit trial first, but no, daughter's going to get charges, I think.
You know what, though? In everything that's been revealed so far, I think Harvey was just doing Harvey's life. I don't think Harvey, besides the whole leaving the country thing and him actually maybe knowing about the whole deal, I don't think
he may have known after the fact. I haven't seen anything that he knew while all this was going on. There's no communication, no nothing.
Of course, he was certainly ready to flee to Vietnam with her.
Yeah.
And she says it's a good possibility. Now, what do you
Also,
think?
I think Florida has laws that if you learn of stuff like that, you don't report it, you can be charged as a accomplice.
I still don't have an idea, but I was
think about anywhere
21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate, is it related to that or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom.
Now,
it was related to me.
You then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see if is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her to be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And like it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So like, okay, then it's something unrelated to at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened. So I was trying to compare it to that to see is it possibly related to what happened to me.
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C. This is at 3:00 p.m. between you and your mom.
Great. Sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
So, obviously,
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
white.
And they just came up to you and they said the name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, didn't want to right away. Spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really? And were they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to you.
What's that? You could describe them to us?
No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, common people. Totally common.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But it's only kind of, I don't know, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like to go to the police, but
They have to, but they'd rather talk to you folks.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why. Just let me go. These people don't want, you bother us with.
don't say anything to dad until I take a look at it and decide about
Absolutely.
on everything.
That's what I suggested, after we go through it.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It's clear what's one thing.
What is it, exactly what they ask for?
My theory on that, based off what's already been released in Donna trial, Donna is the matriarch controller of that family. And anything that interfered with her grandchildren, she would do anything for. And Charlie is mommy's little boy. And whatever mommy wants, Charlie does. Mm-hmm. And I think they figured out the easiest way to get Wendy and the boys down to South Beach and out of Tallahassee was to get rid of Dan Markel. And they would do anything they could. This mother, Donna Adelson, even joked around about having the boys dress up in SS uniforms. because Dan Markel's Jewish, and having them baptized in the Catholic Church just to try and piss out Dan Markel. I mean,
Yeah.
I think in their minds they couldn't get their way, so the only way to finally get what they wanted was to get rid of Dan Markel.
I don't know, this TV was probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I,
And then she, like, girlfriend. Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Okay. Lincoln Jones says, okay, do that one. Yeah.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call, the second call, and the more I thought about it, I thought this is related to what happened to me. So somehow this is related to it.
And what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this.
And so the first question you ask, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean, process in my head, that was my first guess, and that's who I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an angry guy, and I was trying to see, is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this?
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48 hours to pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now, she says no, but it is clear what is wanted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very start of the call, you say don't talk about anything in the apartment or any place. Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted and was picking up the checks from her. It was to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment. Is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was extorted.
Yeah. That's what people worry about is the police are
What would
listening.
happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
If they came to talk to me, if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me. They'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment where she says, this TV is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, do you have that shoot with TV words?
This was such a stupid fucking argument because it already come out earlier. The TV cost $5,000. If he'd actually gone into the bump operation, which the prosecution did before this, the bump operation requested $5,000. So all of a sudden, randomly out of the blue, a couple years later, she says, that TV was about $5,000. Like, come on, man. Like, there's some shit you could try to explain away with a little bit of plausible deniability, but this ain't one of them.
Did TV, was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, they want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up that they brought up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanua. You recall that?
I do.
Did any of your other ex-girlfriends become involved in a situation where you were extorted?
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So once she brings up your
Wasn't her
ex-girlfriend,
friends, it was her.
did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I know
No,
exactly.
because she loves me. She'd never extort me.
Almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
At the end of this call, what do you decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew what had happened to me.
We're going to now publish D, Your Honor, already in evidence.
You may.
This is a call between you and Catherine Magbanua at 4:27 p.m. on that same day, correct?
Yes.
You want to use your headphones?
And once again, something that the defense isn't pointing out, to point out earlier, the initial call from mom to Charlie after the bump, then Charlie called her back within like few short minutes, very few short minutes. And then after that, he calls Katie. And all these calls are all within 5 to 10 minutes of each other, every single time. So Charlie's just calling everybody involved in this whole scheme.
Yeah.
Mind you, he hasn't even met with his mother yet to figure out what exactly the letter was she got.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? Anyway, is there someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place you can talk to me?
You got me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud where I'm talking to you?
I can't get like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside.
Trying to CC you up.
All right. Somebody
It's behind our
hang
banner.
on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it,
Yeah.
and somebody she really wouldn't go into detail, and I have no idea what he was in reference to,
Uh-huh.
but something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend,
Which was never
and
said.
the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, but first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a pink
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody really bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. Because I guess she brought them to school, I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid for money.
For what?
I guess mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, you should only?
oh yeah, I said this is. That's what I said. I said someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right, like that.
I said you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see the person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, good.
Well, was it stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on with my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
Now, during this call, you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about. And I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up, that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend. Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
She says to you, when you say, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Yep.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
That made me feel good. It made me feel like it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew when it happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
It was probably medium. I mean, I was still pretty concerned, but my mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now, there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence, where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10, and I went down there the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day. So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th. Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I would say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Where did when you walked to this bench, it's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's?
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54
Well, at least
should
the
put in
FBI
evidence.
didn't
It's a picture of
back
you and your
you
mom
around.
on that bench outside of Monty's. Is that a fair depiction of where you were?
Yeah, we were sitting.
There's been testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
And how was your mom acting?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go pick the boys up from school, and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out Katie and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time, and he's incarcerated. And my brother Tato did a big favor for you, and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom was like, I don't know what you're talking about. The guy handed her a copy of an article, and it had $5,000 written on it, and it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard of that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt and that they were going to hurt her and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom
No,
in response?
no, she
what was
didn't.
your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom, this is so different than what happened to me. I said, it could actually, I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia because him and Katie were in this explosive fight. And I always suspected that it was him and that he's now extorting my mom, and that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, this is probably the police. I said, it's, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. The first time I wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, Mom, I think this is the police.
I doubt it.
What did you tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected. And if it is, see if she can get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now. And my dad's with her all the time, and she's like, "Look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like this has gone too far. I can't not." So I told her, I said, if you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendy. Please do not let him go to the police. Like this is you're gonna put my life at risk. You're gonna put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop.
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendy?
I thought Wendy would go to the police,
and we have a Brandon.
I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to
Brandon!
go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you told Dad,
Yeah, this guy kind of facilitated his ex-brother-in-law to get capped in the temple and
Yeah.
was found guilty. His mother's currently on trial for her part in the conspiracy to hire a hitman.
what's going on? I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, after you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably working for a real estate company, and it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before, and she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when
Brandon,
you got
he's
to
testifying in his own
her,
defense.
by the way, where she was working.
Which is dumb.
Yeah, because it's not working out well for him at all.
He's actually kind of contradicting himself in weak ways while on the stand.
Was it a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside so she could wave me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I want to touch those bumps. They weren't Minnesota bumps. They were FBI bumps.
Yeah.
As far as retaining MLS, well, Michigan and Florida are a long ways away, but the guy did end up guilty anyway.
She got in the car. What did you learn, and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, well, I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me. She said, yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received when she was approached on the street?
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up. And now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato. Like, have you ever heard of Tato? And she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one, he rented a car. He's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out.
Joe and Ron up there, Brandon.
And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. And like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time. and he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there is a Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings, that he's incarcerated,
Not Aladdin.
and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
Holy shit, this is real. Like this is real extortion, and it's happening again.
What does Katie tell you about what happened in Tallahassee and who did what?
She told me that T was high on drugs, and got fast food. And
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames.
Yeah.
Okay? Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names so that there's no confusion. Okay?
So,
I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names. Okay? What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion?
Chat, do you want to continue on with the defense's direct on this? Do we want to go ahead and jump to the cross-examination where the prosecution gets to question him? Let us know in chat.
Or no?
She said that Sigfredo brought him to go do this, and that it was he got paid, but it was the extorter was Sigfredo.
Why does Brandon have a giant
Did
neon
she
dildo for a
describe
profile
to
picture?
you said she described to you
He's supporting the
about a rental
WNBA.
car. Did she describe to you
Oh.
anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them and she gave the money to Sigfredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling, and what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of the.
Brandon, I just asked Ron or
Tato,
Joe if they have any
and is doing a
recommendations.
copycat on him and doing their own extortion, or it's probably she thinks it's the police.
Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
What do you decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I had more questions than answers when I got done. When I got done talking to her in the car, I was more confused than ever. I had told my mom I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. Now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. And I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud, thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. And that's why it's a lot of it's very jumbled up because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I always I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you went into the restaurant, who did you think was behind it? Well, let me start with saying something else. You seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right? With Katie.
Yes.
Before that audio started, had you met with Katie in the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
We've been in there about a half hour talking.
So that audio doesn't capture anything in the beginning of your conversation, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you, and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger? And what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
Did you know that law enforcement at some point in the conversation started to record you?
No, I thought we were alone.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up, and in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay, directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is it's the police. Like, they're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016. You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the state thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor Markell?
When the probable cause affidavit was released.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media, and I saw it in August of 2016.
Did you ever try to flee the country?
Never.
After August 2016?
No, he didn't.
Never.
But his mother did.
Why not?
And father.
Because I wasn't part of a murder. They weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
Still believe that, Charlie?
Now, you say during Dolce Vita, one second, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Lost my spot. Is Dolce Vita a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
Yeah, you can say that.
And what is the argument about?
She's taking the position that it's the police and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like, we can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad guy, what did you want her to do? What did you want Katie to do?
I wanted her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera. And she'd be the only person to be able to identify them and get them to stop. And maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now, throughout this recording,
Not at all.
several times, you
Tell us about
try
us.
to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me, right?
Yes, I said that.
I mean, someone
Don't
comes
hate just
up
because
to
I can see
me.
my belt buckle.
If someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. Take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and, you know, they're messing with my mom. They messed with me. Like, I've literally just had enough. And I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings. And that's who the second extortion was, a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI, but it was.
Immediately after you say those lines, though, you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Yeah. Why do you say that?
Because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end. That at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man. What are you talking about here?
That was in reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions, and I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she can get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says, that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And again, well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be the bad guy.
And who, again, was Katie trying to convince you it was?
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation live, although we can't hear all of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud and talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now, you say this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. you say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about my payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her, and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything?
I'm trying to read.
So we've hit the major gist of his bullshit here, of his story. So, because it's just gotten monotonously stupid, we are going to switch over to his cross-examination. So, bring this screen over here. And pick up a cross-examination, which should be a whole lot better than him constantly fucking talking his bullshit.
Okay.
Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
Occam's razor.
For you.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
Do you, I mean, you have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
I wouldn't agree with that.
That the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations.
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magdanola and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magdanola.
You weren't?
Okay. That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magdano's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay.
And that's
at
2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magdanola, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No,
This
that's not
prosecutor's been pretty good at it. She's the current prosecutor on the town of Ada.
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magdanola, and I believe...
Isn't it the same team, actually?
I don't know
Yes.
for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. You got that right. The time of the
In
extortion.
2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial.
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone make it clear to you?
I was told not talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin king?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone
No
call.
texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You asked me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that your
asked you.
question? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine Magdalena came to you on July 18th,
I tell you what, he's got
Open the
balls
safe
talking a
and
lot of shit about Latin kings, especially since he was sitting in Leon County Jail, where I assure you there are Latin kings. And now he's currently in a Florida State Penitentiary, where there are most certainly Latin kings.
Yeah.
I probably say it's pretty
I-
safe to assume that when Charlie farts now, there's no sound.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's one of the majority gangs there in Florida.
It's not a majority, but they're large. They're large nationwide.
Yeah.
me all your money. She was
But-
not armed.
Latin kings are bigger,
She
probably
was
the
not
biggest
carrying
of
a gun
any of
that
the
day,
Latin
Were
gangs
you
down
armed
there.
at that time? Did you have a weapon in your
I
hand?
don't know. I'm not up
I
on
have
my
weapons
game.
in my safe, yes.
Yeah. I know it's Hell's Angels territory.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
You're freshly laundered and
And
still
the money,
wet.
the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and they had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I did.
Would you agree, doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in their safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her
Right. Why did you do that?
because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what he said.
I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done
You want to know what the big difference between the two is? The first deal for $138,000. Well, he contracted that hit. The $5,000 that came later. Well, goddamn it, I already paid these guys off.
Is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific. Please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, Is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me, and I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000. Yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magdanoa, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings.
Okay. Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night. Okay. So yeah, that night happened in 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece. She's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023
yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah.
Okay. Yes, we refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, ask me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014. And I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone. She walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right, and then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Can we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next
I
morning?
absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go.
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McVanwell on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, "Can we just pretend like this never even happened?" So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her like I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely, that's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. Oh, those hours of you talking. There's nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay.
Why would you
But
tell
nowhere,
people, man, for
even in
your
the midst of this whole-
extortion where you're going every step of the way?
Because that's the way it works. Isn't that what everybody does when they're extorted?
Yeah, you're being followed. You're not going to change your path every day. Yeah,
Well, how about sleeping with your extortionist?
yeah.
Is that part of the extortion? Because I
You know,
gotta
she
tell
was
you,
doing double monkey backflips that night.
yeah, because I'm pretty sure if you're gonna force someone to sleep with you for extortion, it's not going to be Charlie Adelson.
second extension, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I
Of
never wanted
course.
the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So it's
At
rather-
Surrey, the only
Oh, actually, I knew that. I whispered it in my dad's ear, but you don't get to know that except for me. So, but you can take it as fact because I said it.
time
What
you
an
mention
idiot.
extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you come.
I
up with a
love
reason
the
why
fact that
it was
she's
set
just
aside
like,
anyway.
I fucking had it
And
with you.
there's nobody to corroborate this testimony.
There is.
Okay. And the Matt Surrey, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
but we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When-
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Well, every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this
no.
wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
You didn't
Okay.
know
Well, there was a
that.
chance you were being listened to when you whispered in
Lies,
Dad's ear,
obviously.
right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine McVanwell and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up. And I
But
confronted
if
her.
this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't
Right.
we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. Always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that that conversation in the car had been recorded?
The quick
know.
answer would be yes.
Didn't it prove your theory
Yeah,
that you're talking about, the
I think about it.
extortion?
and then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded. And then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, and I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the word still when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere in the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning, what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say, it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she
What
knew
call
that.
do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26th, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And who has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah,
So that's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't she wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markell than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markell in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera,
Boy, he's got
I don't
all
think
the
I
answers,
don't think
don't he?
distance would stop him.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents. It's a small apartment. I actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute in your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, there were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you've been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014, it changed a lot when it came to cameras.
I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me. I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed. And I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right. Then a couple of weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magdanoa broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
But when did you break up?
Within a week, I met her. We went out to dinner. I went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right. So you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, "Listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared." She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me, and she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magdanoa a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I'd see her was I saw her again at the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about. It's July. Let me count the months. July, August, September, October. So, so 4 months.
Okay, and there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, "I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me." Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magdanoa?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On
In
9/11
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
Right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in
I'm
19.
not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On 10/6 of 2014, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life." Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14. Thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say, "I love you" to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of it. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. Initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke. So
she was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him, but
you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
When we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't
I
considering
mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had two
Oh,
girlfriends
he has a
in
grotto.
2 or 3 years after
He's
her.
single.
They
He
written
he
kick
has
for
a rotation
9 months.
through that
Okay, but how
grotto.
many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually?
Why
A
he
lot
keeps
more
all the
than written
cash
kick,
on him.
right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine McDaniel.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Okay.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it. She's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit.
Is
from
she the
somebody.
one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person. Yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth. Right?
I look at that. I ran my
She
mouth too.
didn't though.
If I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. But I felt responsible for saying something to her in the
That's
first
the
place.
story he's
But you
telling
didn't
them.
feel responsible enough to try to
Yeah.
do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her.
I
Did you have
had
any
zero
contact?
contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers.
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers.
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case.
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned.
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration, that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
Right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and a bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. Now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
I'll tell me.
I would hand over $2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money?
Lawyer.
'Cause I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing, is that your point? She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how
It's
I
not a
saw
lot
it.
of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, you know, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom, and we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That
Yes.
was the same day. That was the same call that got broken up and she called me back, but yes.
Doing their bedtime routine,
Helping my sister out for sure.
reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do, you're right.
All right, she even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine, that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put
And
to
not
bed.
anymore.
Right,
You
all
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things,
Can't forget
Yeah.
to brush your teeth.
yeah. Well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right?
No.
Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
Well, she says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. Does Wendy? get
Damn.
I'd
I
like
don't
to
think
it's
she
Todd.
likes my older
Either.
brother.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you?
Hmm,
Well,
I don't really get.
before
Now
this
we
case.
know we're the only one that
No, I
turned
don't-
out not
I
to be
don't-
a criminal.
I think maybe
still.
in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned
Yep.
about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned
Well,
about her.
I always
Is it
thought
true that your mom has a tendency
he
to
had
worry
ran
herself
away
sick
from the
if there's something
family.
going on with one of you kids?
I have a
she's
feeling.
a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think no. I think
You're
she'd
on
get
the
upset when my sister would
cross-examination
tell
when
her
the prosecutor's
things that
going
Danny was
after her.
doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think
Now
any
we're
parent
4.5.
But also,
and
she
we
was
skipped through
meticulous
a
and go
bunch
through all the
too.
filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning for sure, and I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I think that I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think it was only she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem
He
with
was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
him. I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about
Gotta get
him,
them
does
watch
she do
hours
anything
up so we
for
can get
solutions or
monetized.
cut things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No,
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
no, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on homeownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it
We
was
still
gonna be a
need
stupid
about
decision to buy the house.
375 more
what was the
subs,
first
though, too.
worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts. I'm referring to Donna Adelson, or shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It's a whole other field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree and Bree worked for Dave. So I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree. So I kind of had an inside, I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his, after she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So
Well,
Wendy,
now we know which one the condom broke,
to
huh?
Donna about her part of life,
I don't think she shared everything.
but she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna. I
can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing called EEE. EEE. Please.
On this plate, I just have all the there.
You touch my apple pie and I'll shave your ass.
A little part. She's a few months older than me. But so actually, it's her birthday. Turns out Wendy's making her a little party in Cleveland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason, so she doesn't want you to know anything. So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything. She's happy, and then I just find everything out to tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I think that's like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it quickly.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for this Miami Fellows thing that she does. And that she was going to be here tonight because it's early first thing tomorrow morning. Right. I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad. So,
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
Yeah, so.
yeah, he's happy good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday, since you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna out, because that rough them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magdanoa said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the
God, what an
roughed up.
arrogant.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not putting the whole case together.
One moment.
Yeah.
Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please
an
wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question.
unusual. I mean, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it. But did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck. Yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first approached Catherine Magdanoa about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life would I ever ask her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
That was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. The 3 and 4 year old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4 year old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I would try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Martell accused her sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Oh, what a fucking prick. God, he really thinks he's got this figured out.
That, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer
he does.
right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard that the other day. She was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he? In that grandma motion, you know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously. I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Isn't your mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, honestly, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it until years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal.
Strict Catholic, probably.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Martell just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Martell to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
And my sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her.
Why would you be worried about
probably
getting
unjust
arrested?
because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing? Other
than give her advice and care about her. Be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. You got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder, Dan Martell. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stop the bar party for buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too.
Which is still strange because bullet bourbon you can buy
to the crime
anywhere.
Scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
But she crosses all the way across town.
She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn and blocked off. And she wasn't
she couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
That's a lie.
There was a
know
lot of
that's a
questions of
lie.
you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I can read it if you want.
May I first? And this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magdanola.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sofia Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
I read it too quick.
Okay.
Nobody's buying per second he hasn't read this indictment.
Oh, yeah. He probably has it
Should
memorized.
just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged with a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner, she got sick. So she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She's probably, I think she said, I don't feel well. And I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that?
And I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
I never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
What the fuck? What? Well, if he said that, well, weren't you here? Well, yeah. Well, I heard him say it. Like, when you're searching for lies, that's when you start fucking up the truth.
Yep.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephew farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls. The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered?
Absolutely not.
When you said you've already gone above and beyond?
No, that was me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually good. I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the crazy.
Financially, you paid $138,000, and you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had to clear out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
She used the curse word correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think
Well, that's very strong language, and I don't condone it because I don't use words like that.
No, you don't at all.
I've been called a lot worse. But, I mean, my mom used a curse word. She used the curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendy less stressed? Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know that the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
to. She gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Cody text you on 12/19 of 15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
You can look around the context if you want. I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit of some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magdanois. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids
did you
to pay.
believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine McDaniel actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I could put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her something when I was dating her, put her something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. So it's on a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
Well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
So that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, the text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleaning for you, wasn't she?
No.
His pipes.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she going to sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen. I was just in my mind, like when that extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
So I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and that I said, yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night, the postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bomb, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great place at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for the, when she picked up that bag at my house, I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually it's funny, at that time in the wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what? F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magdano and Zucleta Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for, you're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number, let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid
Oh,
for
yeah, no,
the trip
I
to
remember that
Santo
well.
Domingo. So go quicker if we can just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magdano and her mom a cruise?
Shut up, defense.
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magdano?
She was a patient of record in my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magdano?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No.
No part of the breast augmentation?
No.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring? Can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her food job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud, my next door neighbor's Bud?" And she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Look, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she'd asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it, and then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Do you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can agree with that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magdanola and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magdanola that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay. If you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you if you know? You may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad. She was with dad. Just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, but I knew what it was about.
Right. 20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Right. And the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then at 1 a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about giving him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that might account for the time, but she texts you, quote, "I know you'll come through for me." Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday, trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there was some in Tallahassee and Canada as well.
I
Did you go to either?
There was a memorial service here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been so upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him, but either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out. It would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Martell suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that
It
you
all
had done
depends on
everything
the text of
properly
the law.
such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
There.
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine McVanoa said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You can look at our cell phones and you'll find that out that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texted you, quote, outside your house.
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine McVanoa got damp?
I never gave her any money. That was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know. I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, yeah, I would open up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Martell advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe.
It doesn't
So
know.
this way I could get extorted for life.
No. That doesn't make a lick of fucking sense.
It doesn't.
They could go kill my ex-brother-in-law and extort me for life. Well, if you didn't kill your fucking brother-in-law and nobody can testify to the fact that you wanted your ex-brother-in-law killed, then it's pretty fucking hard to extort you for it.
Yep.
Like, come on, Mr. Genius Boy. Like, what the fuck?
Life and
An arrogant little fucking prick. He's such an arrogant little prick.
that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, doctor?
I mean, this was as real a threat as you get. These guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine McVanoa after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after McVanoa's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Martell.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then.
And
Instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure, you'd have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? To be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Usually,
What about Wendy and
most
the boys?
everybody in this
My
chat
parents live
can
about
probably
30, 35
qualify
minutes
for
from my
them.
sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today, as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Martell. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but
They're
even
coming
after
me.
sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I've spoken, told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and McVanoa. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own blood on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened. When I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just as a long story.
That's the most amazing part is pretty much everything they played in Donna's trial so far, they played in his. But he's like, no. Just ignore all that. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen to me. My story doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, but listen to me.
I brushed it off and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's cold and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high strung, but she does worry about her
You
kids.
don't?
No.
Look, everybody else
Well, you
thinks she's
said she was,
high-strung.
quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, you know, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the table. I mean, you're making enough money. You could tell her to just write checks, but you, why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from not being gang members?
Well, okay, at that time, I didn't know anything about the Lion Kings. But when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Linda. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out, was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. You know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. I
Okay.
need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV, and you keep circling and
It's
circling and
funny how
circling
that
TV. You're wrong.
TV costs you
Is it a
$5 grand.
coincidence
and
that the
the
repair
FBI
of the
bumped one at $5
TV
grand, and your
that
mom
you
happened
bought
to use
Wendy
that
as a
TV
divorce
as
gift
an
because it's cheaper than
example.
hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of
the-
coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon for their Stockton bar party. And she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon on that day, at that time. And her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And that you might not be the right Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
Sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Is this the one that you can't even understand?
I think so. Yeah.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have.
Jesus, we just got done bleaching the floor from the last time you were here.
already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off.
I
from
was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show. I did
We're
something
almost
I didn't
done,
do, so I'm
J-Rock.
not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable,
We're
right?
1.5.
No, I didn't do a murder. I
Less
wasn't part
than
of a
30
murder.
minutes
There's no reason
left.
to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, you know, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, "Where's the weapon?" He's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying someone knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make the point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000.
That's not my question, sir. Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be a clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is, like, even if today I just have my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, I go, yeah, in my car, he got out and he did this horrible crime. Okay, you're hungry. He was my car. He had a fault to do his guy. You see, they got out of the has nothing to do with you. You have a car right in that car. Okay. But you can't get the proof that they were also driving that day and rented it. What if you rented a car and I paid nights and I worked the weekend, I'll bring you back on Tuesday? Yeah, sure. You rented a car. You've been in that car, I drive it to fucking Orlando, I rob the house, Orlando. I come back and I go to and okay, thank you. So you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend even though I took your car? I can tell you to drive that. Okay. And my point is, I don't have your knowledge. And the other person is pretending to us. I don't want someone saying to them.
It sounds like you're saying, even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone.
100%.
That's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity. My question was.
One moment. We're not just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Even if it's
What I was saying to
yes
Katie
or no
is that
question, they
the
can
information
answer
she just
it
told me in
why
the
they
car
want
about
to.
Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed. She told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers / extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan?
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that, like, the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's 2 ways of dealing with it? Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down, and he'll proffer 10 years, and now tell us everything you know, or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin
Yeah.
Kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So that's I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn it on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to
Nobody
Catherine McDaniel on
buys
what she
that
was to
bullshit.
say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine Magdanoa that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you said in the recording, I'm about to Dolce you, yeah, and guess what? When that effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not
Nazis-
talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill, yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, we can
No,
do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you can do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking about second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people
The exterminate, right?
that kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her. But basically saying I'm gonna have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
Then you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that you don't think that they, I assume these other people, associates that have contacted your mom, would want to mess with his connections, right? Remember?
But you're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Could Garcia help stop the second extortion? Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine Magdanoa, don't you say I look for things to do? I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things. Right?
Absolutely. That's probably what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. She said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
Or
these
you could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine Magdanoa?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine Magdanoa?
In there?
Yeah,
Because I know.
but she knows too, doesn't she?
Isn't
I
she
do
the
think
one
so.
extorting you?
I do
You
that.
also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and she has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same. right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine McDaniel, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine McDaniel?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The
Can
wire
we
was in
agree
April,
that
she was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine McDaniel was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Did you encourage Catherine McDaniel to reconcile with Garcia? It's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that? You talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Don't worry. Everybody says you talk too much.
Do you agree you're not a
Hey,
direct
Demon's
person?
Wrath, how you doing?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
However you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at
No,
times I'm direct.
he was
for sure.
not offered a plea.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
that's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me.
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015? Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right, that's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified. But it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
It was more than what my dog to, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday. Almost
What
10
a
years-
fucking prick. Like, he admitted that he knew way back when it happened who did it, never come forward with it. Now he's like, oh, I'm just relieved that now it's out. Just not what she asked you.
later,
Like,
right?
what the fuck?
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I do a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Before we redirect, do any of the members of the jury need to take a break before we continue with the examinations? The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll have a brief 10-minute break before we have a redirect.
And we are not sticking around for
No.
I can't handle any more of fucking Charlie Adelson. We did
5.5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. 5.5. We have paid our dues to society. We have now reserved a space at the front of the line. At any rate, I want to go over it because I was just curious as to how it went during his, because there's potential he'll testify in Donna's trial, but he's got appellate rights. So I don't know if he'll actually testify or not. But
Yeah.
give an insight into how Donna's going to testify next week, which she is supposed to testify next week. So
Yep.
we'll see what happens. With that, I'm Whiskey 77. The chubby sucker in the sunglasses over there is 3 beers. We're on every Sunday, 9 p.m. with the most base reacts channel there is on YouTube. We're also on Rumble and Twitter. With that, y'all have a good night. We'll see some of you over on Locals. Later.
Oh, there she is. There she is. Why did she make that look hot?
The truth, we take it higher. Watch the bins, we tear them apart. You step out of line, we hit you hard. I think they run the show. Push your power where they shouldn't go. We call them out, no match to save. Respect the law, or did you all play? We break what we think, we speak the truth. Chase it down, we bring the proof. React, raw, no filter here. Beer and whiskey, we shift the gears. Chase the beer, chase the flame.